Chapter 641. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number one blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Feng Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's Wolf fought intensely. Next, it was Tai Bai Yunsheng and Feng Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the Blessed Land's heaven and earth qi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard, and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai Bai Yunsheng and Feng Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Feng Yuan had flashbug goo, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 Gu immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge dark green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly Gu immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Imperial Court Blessed Land, was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huangjin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path Gu immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shan-in. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Chang Shan-in is already dead. Another young Gu immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued. Of course, it is not just Chang Shan-in. Other than him, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Bian Xixian and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhongzhou State. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhongzhou State have been secretly plotting against 88-point Jinyang Tower for hundreds of years. Central Continent's Gu immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Feng Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains Gu immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Jinyang Tower, was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Of utmost importance, something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts, and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading Gu immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red and his teeth were white. For some reason, he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was arranged by Ancestor Giant Sunday. A rank 8 immortal Gu house is mysterious and profound. It has great power. It is not something you and I can estimate. Although the winds of assimilation are fierce and formed a wind veil, they might not be able to destroy Truyang Building. We will wait here and act according to the situation. The child Gu immortal's words made the elderly and young Gu immortals beside him breathe heavily. Lord Tongzhu, you are right. Our Chanyu tribe has an immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we can forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young Gu immortal said this. His tone could not conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation are no small matter. Even Winged Blade can only attack once. I have calculated. The wound created on this wind veil of assimilation will only need 8 breaths of time to heal. The elderly Gu Immortal was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the three, Chan Yutong Zhu, nodded. Right now, He tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe, and other righteous path superforces have sent Gu Immortals here. Also, the number 1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain, has sent 6 Gu Immortals to try to fish in troubled waters. Don't underestimate them, we have our methods, but that doesn't mean they don't. When we activate Winged Blade, we need to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall into the hands of otherworldly demons. These are all mine. Giant Sons Will roared, his voice reverberating throughout the battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, gathering and dispersing at will. At times he split into 17 or 18 small dragons, and at times he fused into a giant azure dragon. It carried Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it without holding back. Over 10 immortal Gu were embedded in the dragon's body, 2 on the coral and dragon horns, 1 in the dragon eyes, and 6 or 7 on the dragon scales. Scorching flames diverting immortal light, freezing air. They formed a frenzied attack that covered the sky and earth, attacking unceasingly. With the situation like this, Giant Sons Will finally had the chance to exert his strength. The anger that Giant Sons Will had been suppressing for a long time was finally vented at this moment. Because he had to eliminate the otherworldly demons first, and because of the importance of the luck path true inheritance, Giant Sons Will mainly surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands wrapped around the luck path true inheritance, and from time to time, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms would fly out. Giant Sons Will was like a golden dragon, circling around the luck path true inheritance's light lump, destroying the formless fists that flew out. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng was not his match in a direct battle. The power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lulan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lulan has an unimaginable number of Gu worms. Many of his Gu worms were taken away, but he still has so many Gu worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lulan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Gu at 88-point Jinyang Tower, then undergo Immortal Ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations, especially with his father's help. He had accumulated many Gu worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth chi during the process of Immortal Ascension, causing damage to his Gu worms. Thus, he had prepared many Gu worms. The number was beyond imagination. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunsheng's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Bai Yunsheng was trapped by a large number of formless hands, and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his Gu worms were taken away. Without the support of Gu worms, even as a Gu immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng was his only ally. He had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Bai Yunsheng's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal Gu man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Bai Yunsheng now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal Gu man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or take back immortal Gu man as before. Chapter 642. Save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or take back man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. Man as before, when it was immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had heard of its great name. Now that it had advanced to an immortal Gu, its power was naturally higher. According to Tai Bai Yunsheng's words, when it was immortal Gu, man as before could return immortal Gu master state to a certain moment in the past. After becoming an immortal Gu, man as before could not only affect others, it could also affect oneself. This oneself was naturally referring to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Gu immortal. It was not hard to deduce that man as before could be effective on Gu immortals. A Gu worm that could restore a Gu immortal's state. The value of man as before was self-evident. It could even be said that its value far surpassed ordinary immortal goo. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was so anxious, he forgot that he was in danger and wanted to remind Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Bai Yunxing's words were said in a moment of desperation. He blurted it out without thinking it through calmly. If Fang Yuan truly abandoned him and tried to take back man as before, then Tai Bai Yunxing would be in danger. Even if a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal, the essence of their life would be raised. At such a high altitude, if Tai Bai Yunxing fell, he would at most suffer heavy injuries, but would not fall to his death. But don't forget, there were still other Gu masters on the ground. Taking back man as before will definitely waste time. Even if I take back man as before, Tai Bai Yunxing will have a conflict with me. What should I do? Tai Bai Yunxing's words were hot-headed words. Once he was in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely wake up. Compared to immortal Gu, his own life was more important. If it was at this moment. But he saw his junior brother chasing after an immortal Gu and giving up on him. What would he think? The human heart was fickle. It was also fickle. Even if these words were said by Tai Bai Yunxing himself at that moment, thinking about it in his shoes, he would have doubts and suspicions. If I control fixed immortal travel, then so be it. The key was that he had lost the fixed immortal travel, and the wind veil of assimilation was constantly shrinking, isolating him from the outside world. I want to get out of here. The only way is to open the Stargate and connect to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was in a difficult position. If he opened the Stargate, he would have to use Starlight Gu. The formless hands flew everywhere. He was in the limelight, suppressing all other existences. Once the Starlight Gu appeared, it would definitely be snatched by the formless hands. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, but under the formless hands he had no way to escape. There was no guarantee that he would be able to protect them. But now the wind curtain of assimilation has been formed. Without the support of heaven and earth chi, although there were many formless hands, there would be no new ones. Furthermore, the fragments of 88-point Xinyang Tower are breaking down and turning back into Gu, flying everywhere. Formless hand was like water without a source, it could not last long. Fang Yuan was an old devil with 500 years of experience. He was definitely not a short-sighted person. After the formless hand seal weakens, Giant Sun's Wu will definitely become the master of the battle. At that time it would deal with Ma and Zhao. After taking back the luck path true inheritance, they will definitely deal with me first. At that time, Giant Sun's Wu had Giant Sun's immortal essence and possessed many immortal Gu. He was definitely a strong enemy. As the weakling, Fang Yuan's best choice to deal with a strong enemy was to ally with the weak and resist the strong. Looking at the battle situation, Tai Bai Yunxing was the only choice. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai Bai Yunxing. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulan did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing manner that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulan. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's Will alone. He needed to rely on Tai Bai Yunxing's help. But now that Tai Bai Yunxing was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had man as before immortal Gu, he did not have Tai Bai Yunxing's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulan would kill him. If Tai Bai Yunxing died, Fang Yuan could use man as before to revive Tai Bai Yunxing. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using immortal Gu man as before, immortal essence would be expended. Reviving a mortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence in his possession. He used one bead. It turned into limitless gaseous primeval essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's Will. As for reviving Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape immortal essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the imperial court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me I really have to return his goo worm? This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Feng Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this goo. It was definitely different from others. Feng Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed. Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun Immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of goo worms, as well as many types of goo worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal goo. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal goo were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 Immortal goo were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyun to the bone. Now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyan's talent. I want to see how long the Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the Luck Path True Inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation. They could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly. But it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump's volume was already less than a third of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar! Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade's sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is? Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Chanyu tribe's 3 goo immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other goo immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other Righteous Path goo immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's goo immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Feng Yuan and the others were goo worms. 88-point Jinyang Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild goo were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these goo worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil and escape this desperate situation. The goo master's eyes shone. Chapter 643. Originally, in this wind veil of great unity, the goo worms were lifeless. Now that the wind veil of assimilation was slashed open, connecting to the outside world of northern plains, these goo worms seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the wound. The formless hands swarmed over, making a big grab along the way. Almost half of the goo worms fell into formless hands, and were then taken away by formless fists. But most of them managed to charge out of their wounds and escape the hopeless situation of the wind veil of assimilation, entering the northern plains. Collect, collect for me. So many goo worms, that is an immortal goo. Stop. Don't fight over it. Just follow the previous agreement and don't mess around. Northern Plains goo immortals looked at the vast goo group surging out like a tidal wave. They were shocked and overjoyed. They immediately took action, continuously shouting, competing with each other, displaying all types of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw the scene of the goo immortals frantically snatching goo worms. Over 20 goo immortals. It should be the work of the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is the #1 offensive method in Northern Plains. In the 5 Regions War, many Central Continent goo immortals died under this move. His expression was solemn. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as the memories of his previous life surged in his mind. The wind of assimilation was the strongest wind in the world. It could assimilate everything and few methods could restrain it. But Winged Blade Immortal Killer move was extremely powerful. It was a rare super method that could break the wind veil of assimilation. Of course, this is also because the wind curtain of assimilation has not been formed for long, and the wind wall is not very thick. After a period of time, even the winged saber can't cut through it. Winds of assimilation were winds that blew when immortal apertures were destroyed. Once the wind picked up, there would be enough wind. Even rank 8 goo immortals could not resist it. As for rank 9 goo immortals, they could dominate the world, invincible in the world. No matter how strong the great unity wind was, it couldn't do anything to them. This shocking turn of events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was definitely not an escape route. He was framing Giant Sun's will, the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In the outside world, he was captured by the furious Northern Plains goo immortals. His ending would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, death would be a luxury. He immediately focused his attention on He Lulan. If He Lulan was distracted because of this, Fang Yuan would launch a surprise attack. Strive to snatch Tai Bai Yunsheng. But He Lulan's eyes were bright. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and he was not distracted at all. His goal this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal goo, and become a goo immortal. However, he was not good at moving, so he could not break the formless fist. However, he had an agreement with Giant Sun's will before this. As long as he helped to the end, Giant Sun's will would give him a Strength Path Immortal goo as a reward. This was also the reason why they had been fighting for so long. The main reason why He Lulan followed Giant Sun's will closely, and was always on the same side. This guy, Fang Yuan had no chance to take advantage of. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from above the wind veil. He Lulan, my son, father is here. I have come to receive you. He Lulan's father was the supreme elder of Northern Plains super tribe He tribe, a legendary figure of Northern Plains, the male lead of the most famous love story, Su Xian's Night Elopement, He Cheng. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path. His eyes were like paint, his face was like jade. He was handsome and elegant. At this moment, he was floating in the air, casually collecting some goo worms. His expression was anxious and worried as he shouted He Lulan's name. Don't worry, father has found a Strength Path Immortal goo for you. But when He Lulan heard his father's call, he snorted coldly. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to He Cheng's words, he was even angered. His face was filled with hatred. Filled with vengeance, he shouted at Fang Yuan, my patience is running out. Do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly give me my goo worm. Otherwise I will kill your senior brother immediately. Tai Bai Yunsheng naturally had to be saved. This was the only external help Fang Yuan could rely on to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus Fang Yuan shouted, of course I can give you the goo worm, but you have to wake my senior brother up first and make him run 1,000 steps away. His suggestion was rejected by He Lulan. Impossible. You have to give me the goo worm first, otherwise I will directly crush your senior brother's head. Both sides did not have any trust in each other. Fang Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai Bai Yunsheng first, but He Lulan was wary of Fang Yuan's movement method. He Lulan wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the goo worm first. Fang Yuan was naturally afraid of He Lulan's tricks. Of course, there was the most common solution. That was to let go at the same time. One side would release Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the other side would release the goo worm. But in this environment where the formless hands were flying everywhere, who would dare to let the goo worm fly around randomly? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai by Yunsheng, but negotiations were always stuck at this point. Fang Yuan raised his head and took a quick glance. The scene before him made his heart sink. Oh no, after the formless hands capture the goo worm, they will tear through space and vanish. The number of formless hands will sharply decrease. At that time, Giant Sun's will become the leader. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fang Yuan was also gradually becoming anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his first priority. This choice was even more important than survival. The will dragon roared again and again, disregarding the passage above its head and circling around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path goo worm was the true inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing that the true inheritance light lump was only left with a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's hopes turned to dust. But right at this time, the true inheritance light lump suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The light was extremely dazzling. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Sun's will roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into northern plains, Giant Sun's will finally let go of his worries. Killing the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was the first priority. This was the number one priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Sun's will could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal goo. As the dragon of will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged. Its might was awe-inspiring. An earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the goo worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light. It was not dazzling at all, it was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the cover of the halo, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will, and actually cut it in half. Giant Sun's will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into 2. The dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the wind veil of assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. If not for Mo Yao's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Goo. As a Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was recorded in The Legends of Ranzu, it was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly. Thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed. colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom path was one of the Gu master paths formed based on this principle, and the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think, and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of wisdom Gu. Right, wisdom Gu is also a wild will it had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Feng Yuan came to a sudden realization. Feng Yuan was not surprised that wisdom Gu could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times, wisdom path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of wisdom Gu, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly, before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the formless hands, water without a source. Under the light of wisdom Gu, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed. But no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the dragon of will was easily cut in half. One could say wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Feng Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. He endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full. Their aura was restrained. Feng Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Chapter 644. Ordinary immortal Gu needed immortal essence to activate. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to activate a Gu worm with just willpower. Even Giant Sun's will had to follow this rule. Earlier, the reason why the Dragon of Giant Sun's will could activate the immortal Gu was because it contained Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it. But now Wisdom Gu's sneak attack had succeeded, cutting the Dragon of Giant Sun's will into two, and actually exposing Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of the Wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he praised in his heart. He had previously thought of severing the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he lacked the strength to do so. But the Wisdom Gu did it. Wisdom Gu was not afraid of formless hands, because even the most powerful formless hand only had 8 fingers. Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Only 9-fingered formless hands could capture it. However, even though Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it was still fragile. It was not an offensive weapon, so it could still be destroyed by attacks. If Wisdom Gu wanted freedom and wanted to escape, the Dragon of Giant Sun's will with many immortal Gu was the main obstacle. From Wisdom Gu's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Sun's will was the most important task. Thus, it hid itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was truly earth-shattering, hitting the weak point of Giant Sun's will and successfully cutting off its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence, causing the dozen or so immortal Gu under his control to go silent. Giant Sun's will suffered heavy injuries and let out an earth-shattering roar. It did not turn around to deal with the Wisdom Gu. It was still charging forward without a care for its own safety. He charged towards Ma and Zhao, who were enveloped by the luck path true inheritance. Giant Sun's will condensed at lightning speed, forming a large golden hand that seemed to blot out the sky and earth. Like a shooting star, he grabbed towards Ma and Zhao. For a time, the entire battle situation was like this. The wind veil of assimilation isolated Imperial Court blessed land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world, there were many Northern Plains Gu immortals. Inside was the battlefield of the royal court ruins. The wind curtain of assimilation tore open a wound. Countless Gu worms gushed out from inside, causing the Gu immortals to fight over them. Inside the wind curtain, in the sky, the luck path true inheritance turned into a rainbow. He flew at high speed and was not far from the wind curtain of assimilation. In the middle was the giant hand of Giant Sun's will that could no longer use immortal Gu. Below it was Wisdom Gu. Below them, Feng Yuan and He Lulan were in a stalemate. On the ground at the very bottom, Dozens of Gu masters were still alive. The formless hands were attracted by the group of Gu flying in the sky. They were in a good position. Giant Sun's hand that was going all out was extremely fast, rapidly closing the distance between it and the luck path true inheritance. Pa pa pa. The hand of Giant Sun's will continued to explode. Wisdom Gu was not far below. Giant Sun's will was illuminated by the light of wisdom. His thoughts were colliding and destroying each other. One could see with the naked eye that Giant Sun's will's hand was rapidly shrinking. However, the light of wisdom not only consumed Giant Sun's will, it also caused his thoughts to collide violently. This caused Giant Sun's will's hand to explode with even greater speed and power. Finally, at the last moment when the luck path true inheritance was about to charge out of the wind veil, Giant Sun's hand arrived and blocked the luck path true inheritance. None of you can escape. All of you die. Giant Sun's will grabbed down with his hand. His killing intent was extremely fierce. He actually no longer cared about the luck Dao true inheritance. He wanted to directly crush Ma and Zhao to death. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly, looking at the descending hand in extreme shock. Boom! The intense attacks were like a torrential storm, fiercely smashing onto Giant Sun's will's hand. You unfilial descendants! Giant Sun's will's hand collapsed, letting out a furious roar. The luck path true inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, flying into the sky and out of the wind veil of assimilation, arriving in the outside world of northern plains. This is an immortal Gu. Quickly catch the immortal Gu. It's all mine, it's all mine. The righteous path Gu immortals who were filled with greed did not know the identity of this will hand. Even if they knew, were they going to watch as the will hand crushed the immortal Gu? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with an intense immortal Gu aura, causing the northern plains Gu immortals' eyes to turn red. Kill. Courting death, who dares to snatch the immortal Gu from me? Shameless. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Verbal agreements between Gu immortals were fragile to begin with. With such great benefits in front of them, who would abide by their previous agreement? At once, the northern plains Gu immortals shed all pretenses of cordiality, attacking together to snatch the luck path true inheritance. Vast Gu immortal auras collided and competed with each other. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's vision darkened. They almost fainted on the spot. They had truly left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. This aura and radiance, there is no mistaking it, it is definitely related to luck path. Everyone attack. Suddenly a loud shout could be heard. Another dozen or so Gu immortals appeared. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He had a long snow-white beard that reached his toes. The righteous path Gu immortals saw this person and their pupils shrunk. Among them, someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity. Old Ancestor Shui, who you actually came personally. Old Ancestor Shui, who was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He had rank 8 cultivation. He was the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in northern plains. Those following behind him were all great Snow Mountain Blessed Land's Devil Dao cultivators. They were all experts and legendary figures with reputable reputations. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed. I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Old Ancestor Shui shouted. He was very direct as he led the people behind him into the battle. The scene became even more chaotic. Righteous path and demonic path fought. All kinds of Gu worms flew around. The luck path true inheritance had changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in great danger. They were on the verge of death. Stop fighting. There must be more immortal Gu inside the wind veil of assimilation. A Gu immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another Gu immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together with Gu immortal Tong Zhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw. The wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed. Only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the winged blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, Gu immortal Tong Zhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 Gu immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power. But the price was huge, it consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it. They had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother Heicheng, what should we do now? What should we do now? Hei Tribe Gu Immortal Heibai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked Gu Immortal Heicheng. Heicheng was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Heibai wanted Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu wholeheartedly. Hei Lulan had sent a message saying Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, Hei Lulan could not escape. Heibai's plan failed. Heicheng did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother Heibai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your Wooden Chicken Gu. Then they will break through the air. Until their power dissipates, the Gu worms seized will also be released. Gu Immortals' investigative methods were much stronger than Gu Masters. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? Heibai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then nephew Hei Lulan, Heicheng did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. Hei Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment Fang Yuan did not have time to think. He threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Gu Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. Gu Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's Green Grape Immortal Essence. But only the Little Fox Land Spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from Gu Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Sun's will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement Gu and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. You dare! After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Sun's will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence he could not activate immortal Gu. He could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late. The will gathered again. A large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Ha ha! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, he was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it. Because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around Wisdom Gu, I will need to spend a lot of time. Hei Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai by Yunsheng. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is Formless Hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Chapter 645. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom Gu rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. This! Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw Wisdom Gu rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around Wisdom Goo, he would not be able to stop Feng Yuan in time. Thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached Wisdom Goo, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Goo countered Giant Sun's will was thick enough. After paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom Goo. This way Wisdom Goo was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Feng Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Feng Yuan. What a great Giant Sun! Seeing Wisdom Goo flying towards him, Feng Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You Giant Sun can sacrifice yourself to this extent, why can't I do you, Feng Yuan? Immediately, Feng Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom, and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Windflower Goo to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo directly fell. Feng Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Goo, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Feng Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Goo in True Inheritance secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Goo, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Feng Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Sun's will swooped down like a hawk. Feng Yuan only felt his vision blur. An intense sense of danger assaulted him. At the moment of life and death, he only had time to activate Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom! With a loud bang, Feng Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Feng Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit, and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Feng Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Feng Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Feng Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Feng Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Feng Yuan. Bam! Feng Yuan felt like he was hit by a charging elephant. His ribs were all broken, and most of his organs were crushed into pieces. At the same time, his mind was invaded by Giant Sun's will again, and he fell into an even greater state of unconsciousness. Feng Yuan was like a rubber ball that was hit by someone. He rolled all the way and left a long mark on the ground. The huge friction caused his clothes to be tattered, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he laid on the ground powerlessly, not moving. His broken bones pierced through his skin and flesh, protruding out. Blood slowly flowed out. It was not red, but the deep green color of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was twisted, his fangs were exposed, and he looked like he was struggling in pain. At this moment, Feng Yuan's mind was in a chaotic battle. The wills were competing intensely, and Giant Sun's will had the upper hand. Feng Yuan was passively taking the beating. He resisted with all his might. He could not even think clearly. Only by destroying Giant Sun's will in his mind could he regain consciousness. But Giant Sun's will did not give him any chance. It condensed into a golden sword that was 15 feet long and 18 feet wide, emitting an inviolable aura of condemning all living beings. This is Giant Sun's will's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Far away, He Lulan held the unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng as she clicked her tongue. Giant sons will continue to refine immortal Gu. He was plotted against by wisdom Gu. He was attacked by over 20 Gu immortals, but he disregarded his own sacrifices and forcefully charged forward, sending wisdom Gu flying. From start to finish, he had suffered many injuries. His current size was less than a millionth of when he was asleep. But even so, Feng Yuan had no way to retaliate. Without using an immortal Gu, it was no wonder He Lulan was sweating profusely. This battle strength was too terrifying. But soon He Lulan calmed down. No, a true special will is not this strong. But just now, Ancestor Giant Sun's opportunity was too good. He directly dealt a heavy blow when the enemy was unprepared. The thief wanted to retaliate, but he could not think. His mind was already invaded by the special will. It was in a mess. If both sides were on guard and had enough time to react, this would not have happened. The main thing is that he inherited Ancestor's battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds a flaw, he will attack continuously, not giving the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Especially when his will invades the mind, this effect is terrifying. He simply cannot retaliate. It seems I need to guard against this when fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Masters. He Lulan reminded himself as he slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will, slowly floating and finally hovering above Feng Yuan's head. The tip of the sword pointed at Feng Yuan's head. This guy is finished. He Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Feng Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Feng Yuan any chance to turn the situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck from this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Feng Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. He Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the Sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the Sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning. The tip of the sword aimed at Feng Yuan's head. Even though Feng Yuan had transformed into six-armed heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would directly enter and destroy his mind, before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai Bai Yunsheng was unconscious, Feng Yuan was unconscious, they had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Feng Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" He Lulan lost his voice. He looked at the wall of water rippling. The surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the Sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Feng Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air. His voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88-point Jinyang Tower, and the fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu was released by you." Mo Yao giggled. "It is hard for you to still remember." As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Feng Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Feng Yuan. His injuries rapidly healed. His severed limbs grew back. His bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant Sun's will naturally remembered, because there were Gu worms in 88-point Jinyang Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yao explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Feng Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant Gu worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yao's voice and appearance, Feng Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun's will knew all of them. Thus he exposed Feng Yuan's disguise as Chang Shanin. Giant Sun's will was furious. You bunch of despicable and shameless thieves. You have been eyeing Truyong building for tens of thousands of years. Die! Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. His golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. This is Rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion? He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yao's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao's will could also control Water Pavilion. There was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in 88-point Jinyang Tower. How could Water Pavilion not have Red Date Immortal Essence left behind by Fairy Mo Yao? Chapter 646. Humph, it is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. Let's fight. Ha ha ha, good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into six-armed Heavenly Zombie King. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh! The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bull-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's six-armed Heavenly Zombie King had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed. Even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of six-armed Heavenly Zombie King. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Wind Flower Gu again. He had already lost count of how many Wind Flower Gu he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Wind Flower Gu caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the Will Sword Rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intense sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-armed Heavenly Zombie King seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time, and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Feng Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting, sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle, sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Feng Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Feng Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the battle of wills was fully displayed. As for Feng Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Feng Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Feng Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the formless hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Yi Luisang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Luisang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading. The space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun's will were fighting intensely. From time to time, there were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Feng Yuan or Giant Sun's will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear. Everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed. But although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal goo, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Luisang asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai Bai Yunxing in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother. They have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited. We can only try our best to assist Ancestor." It is still the same words. We need to capture goo worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the goo worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first. Goo masters usually kept their own goo worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others, and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special. They might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character. She had high prestige, and had taken the initiative to expose her goo worms. The surviving goo masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to Goo Immortal, and to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he needed the help of Giant Sun's will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. Caught you! Fang Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fang Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fang Yuan lacked methods. He could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yao's will said. Giant Sun's will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard. This will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts. Fang Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind. We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's aftereffects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid, my aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off. Mo Yao said, you are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a strength path Gu immortal. Your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended. It is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal Gu house, but it is not specialized in intense battles. It is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal Gu house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on water pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant Sun's will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood. The 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup Gu worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could Giant Sun's will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down. Golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant Sun's will changed according to his will, slashing, smashing, stabbing. All sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, otherwise, his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But Giant Sun's will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground. Rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind, taking advantage of someone's weakness. It turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all at the crucial moment. It was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled. Using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground, he withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack crack crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced, and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge, if this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No, this is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case, Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain, and the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered, especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread. The wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a Gu master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the Gu worms around them. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying, and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command, attack together. Don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed. "Oh Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight. It retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal Gu, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will, and wrapped it around many immortal Gu to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal Gu, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal goo. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal goo and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Suns will lost 8 immortal goo. He finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge. Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise goo at the same time. But it was no use, he needed time to increase his speed. And the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ha ha ha. Let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Suns will laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yao's will screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Suns will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Suns will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sun's will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sun's will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap. Giant Suns will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into 2. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture. Quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sun's will had used up his moves he could not chase in time. Thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yao's will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway. I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only 2 that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai Bai Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly. immediately pulling away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Feng Yuan was not a Waterpath Goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 Goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Feng Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked, he sneered. If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Humph, don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Feng Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Feng Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Feng Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed. He could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture. Isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence, maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Feng Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. Feng Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Feng Yuan was silent, he only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Feng Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will. He was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will, I am standing here, do you dare to come? Feng Yuan stood still, he stopped activating Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped. He was a few hundred steps away from Feng Yuan. He did not get any closer. Humph, I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain, but so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out. The place where Feng Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will. Thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult. It could not withstand such intense consumption. Feng Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Feng Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, Wisdom Goo will retract the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest. All of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive goo on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards Wisdom Goo. The closer he got to Wisdom Goo, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom. and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive gu while retaliating with long-range combat gu. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal gu were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal gu masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator, and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat gu, it was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal gu cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal gu are not immortal gu. They also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the gu worm to collapse. Yi Luisang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively, they knew a lot. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal gu masters used mortal gu, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times, thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When gu immortals used mortal gu, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many gu worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of gu worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle he continuously changed gu, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal gu for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many gu. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many gu. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Suns will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus Giant Suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtained great support. Giant Suns will was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole earth gu and connecting heaven gu. He immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's who immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal gu through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunsheng, but he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, there was no harm in being prepared, it was finally put to use now. Humph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of gu worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal gu. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Suns will said as he split into a dozen or so gu worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 gu worms. These mortal gu had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the gu worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move, after He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free, I never had a name for it. Giant Suns will said indifferently, right now, it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light qi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited, the purple light qi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Ceiling Killer Move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange. Most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point, like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 Ceiling Killer Move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal immortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed. The goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo but difficult to seal offensive goo because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 Ceiling Killer Move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed, and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. I'll kill you, you devil! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere, and was caught in the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, your sins are too heinous, you actually overthrew Truyang building. We ended up like this, it is all your fault. Gu Guolong shouted angrily. The wind blades he shot out were like blades. They were endless, and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time, and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth. They were filled with anger. They wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state, their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great. Facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. You are destined to die today. This is the result of offending Ancestor Giant Sun. Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming, harming the common people, going against Ancestor Giant Sun, us and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged. Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in. He does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent. You should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. His thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, The clear world had turned into dark gray. White stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying. There was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling. It was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a gooey mortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Feng Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Feng Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind. It only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Feng Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Feng Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned. Even giant Suns will could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Feng Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect Wisdom Goo. Seeing that Feng Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Goo, He Lulan quickly reminded. The Goo Master's firepower was slightly restrained. It was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable. His chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Feng Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha, I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad. It should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Feng Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated. There were traces of lightning coiling around the wound. His spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh. A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Feng Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly. His primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms. Humph, you just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted and ravaged Feng Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Feng Yuan was knocked down again and again. His tall and sturdy body became short and crooked, but he got up again and again. Even though he only had 1 arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere. His organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. Why? Mo Yaozwu cried. Feng Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Suns will suddenly spoke. The Goo Masters did not dare to disobey. Their attacks stopped. At this point, you are still not willing to give up? Humph, your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Suns will said in a gentle tone. Enough. It is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up. I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Fang Yuan chuckled. Let me think about it. Giant Sons Will continued. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Your crimes are unforgivable. But I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Acknowledge me as your master and help me rebuild 88-point Jinyang Tower. Only then can you wash away your sins. After Truyang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sons Will gave Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, Let me think about it. Giant Sons Will smiled lightly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count to 10 and you will give me an answer. 10. Fang Yuan lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sons Will's tricks. As long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yao's will worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed. Sigh, to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada. Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yao's will cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yao's will in return. Haven't you always wanted me to use it? Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will was startled, and he immediately denied it. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, your will already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into Truyang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. Little guy. What's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When Giant Sons Will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent. But on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the Truyang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life, while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, Fang Yuan, kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this. Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed. Ha ha, admit my failure, of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you. Mo Yao and Giant Sun experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much, is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued. Your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing. Other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. Mo Yao's will raised her head and laughed, retorting. Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time, and made you turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time, this is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. If I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to go against the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice the Goo Master completely, leaving only the Goo Master's consciousness in the Goo Worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into Spring-Autumn Cicada and destroy the Goo Master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, however, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the Goo Master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, Spring-Autumn Cicada is my goo worm. It is also my vital goo. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills. Thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me and raise my foundation, so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use spring-autumn cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Feng Yuan sighed. I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in Truyang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the Formless Hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Feng Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, Giant Sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Feng Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful, her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dicho inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal Gu and did not grab it. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel? And not other immortal Gu that are inferior to spring-autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will smiled bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then. The moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then I sneaked into Truyang building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But I let it escape. Ever since then my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal Gu in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core water harmony immortal Gu. If your spring-autumn cicada had immortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your Gu immortal will inside. So I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left. Most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Feng Yuan nodded. Actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Feng Yuan sighed repeatedly after revealing his cards. He instead consoled Mo Yao's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute. It is like walking on a tightrope. You need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Gu. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yao chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods, you will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Feng Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing. I will not use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Are you sure? Mo Yao's will laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long. I have a deep understanding of you. You no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down. You have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone. Although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat, that is great strength true martial physique's He Lulan. Rank 5 peak stage think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom Gu to maintain the light of wisdom. Strong enemies are waiting for you. You have no way out. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use Spring-Autumn Cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness is this. It will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything. It also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it, even though he escaped. He must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a prisoner. Feng Yuan sneered. You have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations, you definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness. If I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. Demon, the wisdom goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here. Accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted. Their morale was high. Giant Sun's will was even more restless. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe. His body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damn demon! Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Feng Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now you have nowhere to go. Giant Sun's will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's will also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Sun's will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan's laughter stopped. He said in a hoarse voice, Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Ranzhou. The Legends of Ranzhou, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Ranzhou searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Ranzhou was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Ranzhou felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world. A lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Ranzhou felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world. Coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body. "Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out. Leave this godforsaken place." Ranzhou was shocked. Who? Who is talking to me? The voice laughed again. "I am a goo called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart and you will discover me." Ranzhou quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a goo worm. This goo worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him. but it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This goo worm of yours, how did it get into my body? Self-goo said. Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body, you just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me. You need to examine your inner heart in loneliness. Is that so? Renzu had no interest, he did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-goo saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know. Discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world. Let me help you leave this place. You can help me leave this place? No way, can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River? Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-goo laughed loudly. Oh Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path. Renzu was confused. Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Goo already told me, where is there a second path? Self-goo said. Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet. Renzu was even more confused. Then how do I walk? Self-goo said. Didn't I say it, you need to think about walking first? Think. Renzu tried to use his brain thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this goo, it was Renzu's good friend Cognition Goo. Where there is cognition there will be me. Cognition Goo said. Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you. Saying so, Cognition Goo let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Goo had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Goo would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self-wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles, it was very small. Cognition Goo guided. This pair of wings is called Renzu. It will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful, new paths are hard to walk. Other goo cannot be relied on. You can only rely on self-goo. Saying so, Cognition Goo vanished. Renzu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-goo's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom! At the next moment his vision changed. Everyone heard Feng Yuan's words and reacted, they were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. Hee, who do you think you are, you dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience, they shouted and charged towards Feng Yuan. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Feng Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom! Chapter 653. This Strength Path Phantom's facial features resembled the young Feng Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Goo Masters, it was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yaozwil was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial Goo worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Goo Masters had already charged forward. Feng Yuan's Strength Path Phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This Strength Path Phantom only has the form. At most it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Feng Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital goo to send out a Strength Path Phantom? How is this possible? This strength path phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital goo was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the six-arm heavenly zombie king. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Feng Yuan forcefully refined He Lolan's vital goo. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. With the help of immortal essence, even mortal goo had a huge advantage. But the strength path phantom that Feng Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lolan's goo and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lolan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yao's Will commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Feng Yuan. On the outside, Giant Sun's Will had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Feng Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well then, Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Feng Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist, using his only remaining arm. Fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging goo masters. Feng Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Feng Yuan. Danxing had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Feng Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Feng Yuan in the center. The goo masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms, and were preparing to fight with Feng Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Feng Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The goo masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Feng Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Feng Yuan had used a goo worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The goo masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The goo masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the goo masters enormous pressure. The goo masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Feng Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yao's Will stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal goo absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal goo. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal goo. How could you refine an immortal goo so quickly? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Goo? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal goo. If it was someone else's immortal goo, it would not be easy to deceive them. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Goo worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Feng Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in goo refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yao's will realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead. Thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Feng Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms, but sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yao's will realized this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different goo master paths were perfectly harmonized in Feng Yuan's killer move. Feng Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago, but there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Goo. Feng Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the goo worms he had, and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital goo. This was one of the crucial parts of Feng Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal goo. The goo worms used to assemble 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and Feng Yuan's second vital goo, all-out effort goo, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Yuan purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's goo worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the Black Coffin death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path. This is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was just about to say something, when Giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Feng Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind, You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance." "Humph. Most of your will and goo worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last." Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. "No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate." There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect, otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing, right? He succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it! Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left, he could not think for too long, it would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance! Suddenly he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. "Old man, what are you so anxious for?" This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sun's will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. "Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" "Humph, I've been waiting for a long time." Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. "Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew. The phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal goo dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physique soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng. No wonder giant sons will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyuan to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him, condensing one strength path phantom after another. The army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me! Yi Luisang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Feng Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Luisang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the strength path phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single strength path phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 strength path phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 strength path phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 strength path phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more strength path phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this. But Feng Yuan's enslavement path army was his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Luisang and the others were killed by the strength path phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sons will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Feng Yuan in the chaos. Feng Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Feng Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Feng Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms' army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Ranzu told us long ago. Everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this we can see that you thirst for power. You desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lulan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother! In the room, He Lulan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant Suns Will roared angrily, breaking He Lulan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Feng Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her? How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan, self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Suns Will ordered. Feng Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns Will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Feng Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down. Her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns Will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense. He cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor? Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you. It still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate. He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue. You are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price. Hand over your life. He Lulan erupted. Like a raging dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Good. I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Feng Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Feng Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows evenly matched. Giant Suns Will did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Feng Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Feng Yuan took a step back. His body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Suns Will to the core. Giant Suns Will gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Feng Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, He Lulan. As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Feng Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Suns Will finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward. activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. You! Giant Suns Will shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Suns Will collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him. He shouted in anger. He could not understand. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders? He Lulan sneered. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow? He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me which immortal goo can bring me back to life. You think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? Even if you are Giant Sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. He Lulan, she was still that He Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But He Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppress 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current He Lulan was unfathomable. He Lulan, you have the Huangjin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things, when did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the Giant Sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fang Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, He Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Fang Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, He Lulan said that Fang Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Fang Yuan or He Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. He Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Jinyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. Truyang Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from Blood Path, Strength Path, and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the strongest existence turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Feng Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Feng Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine. It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Feng Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Feng Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. "I know this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal goo, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel," He Lulan said shockingly. Feng Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you? The goo is with me. Without fixed immortal travel, how can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible," He Lulan said. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Feng Yuan. "The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods. But you are not using them. This method has its flaws." She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart, she was just probing. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. His Strength Path Phantom Army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Feng Yuan many times at 88-point Jinyang Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Feng Yuan a lot of trouble. Now she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Feng Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Feng Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Feng Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then what do I get?" "Immortal goo dark limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Oh, please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jiangyu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of Immortal Goo Dark Limit. You committed such a huge crime. Northern Plains Goo Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location." "Interesting, what else?" Feng Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. "We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right?" Not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true." Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. "From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card." Feng Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Feng Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation. But there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued. I will help you obtain Immortal Gu Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai Bai Yunsheng's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will, and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point, after that was the Strength Path Killer move, and finally Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Haha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, what is the name of your killer move? Myriad Self. Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Goo and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now Feng Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Feng Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Miri itself. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Feng Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to. Like the sound of sand rubbing against ice, it gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master!" At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Feng Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now it was mixed with worry and sadness. Feng Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Feng Yuan nodded and asked. "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights. This was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Feng Yuan left the Wind Vale of Assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Feng Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon, he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Feng Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. "Master. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back." She believed him. "One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together." Feng Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Feng Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Feng Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. "Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much." With that, she hugged Feng Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside. Only Feng Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Feng Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead. It can no longer produce primeval essence. Feng Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a Gu Immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed Strength Path Immortal Aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast, white stone mountains had already collapsed. The ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks. It was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Feng Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo, including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion: Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo, there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo, as well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Miri itself, allowing Feng Yuan to obtain victory in the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous goo. For example, during Feng Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise goo, which consumed the most energy. Windflower goo that could quickly change direction, Soul Blade goo obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping, Battle Bone Will goo, Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo, and others that goo immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Feng Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Feng Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall. Green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms, the other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie goo, Azura Zombie goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie goo, Blood White Zombie goo, Nightmare Zombie goo, Plague Zombie goo, and Earth Chief Zombie goo. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Feng Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female goo Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Feng Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities, invulnerable to all tribulations. No one could harm his life. He had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many goo masters and goo immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Feng Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom goo was the second method. Little Who Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Feng Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are two main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their rockmen trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their rockmen trade. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, over a year ago they sent Fang Jing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the rockmen trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Gu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Guts Gu trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted. Thus they stopped the rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is not a paradise. It is located on Tian Mountain, and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble. There must be a reason behind it. I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. There was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant sons will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day I, Guyue Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Hehe. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai Bai Yunsheng in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit. It could move freely in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai Bai Yunsheng again. Junior brother, you. Sigh. What should we do now? As soon as he saw Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Feng Yuan had completely turned into a six-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Feng Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on. Senior martial brother, this place is simple and crude. Please find a stone block to sit on. The cave Feng Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was restored. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this cave. But Dang Hun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Feng Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber. The smell of cosmetics was too heavy. It was not suitable for Feng Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave. It was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose a stone block closest to Feng Yuan and sat down. Right now he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Feng Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Feng Yuan had gone through life and death together. They had gone through too many trials and tribulations in Northern Plains. They had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in true inheritance secluded domain, Feng Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunsheng twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu, the second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. At that time Tai Bai Yunsheng was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance. He naturally understood the attraction of an Immortal Gu to a Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan abandoned the Immortal Gu to save him. Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was enough to prove Feng Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunsheng was captured by He Lulan. Feng Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng also approved of Feng Yuan's choice. He felt relieved. This was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. Being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, Little Hu Immortal returned the two Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before, to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind and gentle nature. He had deep feelings towards these two Immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Feng Yuan's situation from Little Hu Immortal, his heart shook. He could not feel happy anymore. His heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Feng Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now he was sitting on a rock. His face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. I am ashamed, junior brother. Not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation. Feng Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle. It is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead. I am much better than those dead people in Giant Sun's will. And at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom Gu. I have already profited greatly, senior brother. Don't worry about it, you should be happy. Before Feng Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Feng Yuan. This was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was Immortal Gu. It could not bear the might of an Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Feng Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through. Fong Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release Wisdom Gu. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain. Absorbing the earth qi of Central Continent, it was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture, hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunshang's emotions were sincere as he said this. He had already stood up impatiently. But Fong Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal Gu can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen. His emotions were unstable. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Bai Yunqing actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fong Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunqing's hand. Tai Bai Yunqing could not match Fong Yuan's strength after being restrained. He cried bitterly, Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fong Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, Senior brother, why are you like this? Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried bitterly. He had a kind nature. Even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fong Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunsheng had taken the initiative to lend his Gu to Fong Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunsheng woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was paralyzed on the ground. Feeling sad and ashamed, he was relying on Fong Yuan to support him. Fong Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly but said sincerely, Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom Gu is ranked 9. It followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you will never be able to refine it, you will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan. It is more suitable to be close to Wisdom Gu. Fong Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao. Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement pathmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement pathmaster. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fong Yuan laughed again. And most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Jinyang Tower, he gave me a consumable Gu to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I had already used this goo. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunqing's soul in 88-point Jinyang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunqing's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunqing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunqing in 88-point Jinyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunqing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunqing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yunqing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe master's letter will definitely come in a few days. We just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yunqing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yunqing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunqing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is giant sun immortals grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's Truyang building. You swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness." "Say it." Tai Bai Yunqing answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, although I am a zombie now. I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Ah! Tai Bai Yunqing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yunqing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunqing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunqing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered. "Oh junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother. Ha ha ha." Tai Bai Yunqing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? "Hey!" Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. "Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother." "Ha ha ha, junior brother. I can understand you, I don't mind." Tai Bai Yunqing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Feng Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunxing had already left. He sat on a stone stool. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Feng Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yunxing. Feng Yuan only believed in himself, he never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunxing, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Bai Yunxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Feng Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person. He had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Feng Yuan. He had helped him several times in Truyang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunxing chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Feng Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Feng Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunxing chose the seat closest to Feng Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Feng Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Feng Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunxing felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Feng Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Feng Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the Truyang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunxing's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunxing denied himself. Therefore he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment Feng Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal Gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the Truyang building, she made Tai Bai Yunxing completely believe in Feng Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Feng Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunxing trust him so much? Tai Bai Yunxing harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Feng Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunxing sacrifices for Feng Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Feng Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunxing a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Feng Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Bai Yunxing, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these 2 immortal Gu. I have too many immortal Gu. The cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunxing. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Bai Yunqing's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising goo worms was like raising a mistress. Goo masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal goo was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal goo, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many goo immortals did not have a single immortal goo, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Bai Yunsheng, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu immortal land spirit. How is wisdom goo? Where is it now? Little Hu immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after wisdom goo was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that wisdom goo was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo shone with 5 colors. Little Hu immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at wisdom goo curiously. This was rank 9 wisdom goo. Although Little Hu immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. Oh wisdom goo, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it. In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom goo was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu immortal's eyes shone brightly. She laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Hu immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, wisdom goo still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu immortal covered her small melon head. Her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom goo. She shouted like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing. You can even get wisdom goo. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems wisdom goo has activated your little brain, go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu immortal's head. Little Hu immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu immortal immediately frowned. She shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan. She flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged. His zombie body was tough and thick. There was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Feng Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels. His thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Feng Yuan's mind there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path gu worms. They could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Feng Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will gu, deliberate will gu, sharp will gu, and other gu worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Feng Yuan's mind could not keep up. He could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited. His wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight. They shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another. The dusty memories became clear. As long as Feng Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment the world seemed to have become bright. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus he could only use mortal gu for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Feng Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation. He concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now. My cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation gu, but I am an immortal zombie. Yin-yang rotation gu is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Feng Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet. His finances were bankrupt. Right now he did not even have a single immortal yuan stone. Even Hu immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Feng Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Feng Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in gu refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Feng Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Feng Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the gu path, nurture, use and refine, gu masters not only needed to use gu, they also needed to nurture and refine gu. Feng Yuan had become a zombie now. His cultivation had stagnated. He needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Danghun Mountain's palace. Feng Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed. The back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Feng Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon gu. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind came back from the messenger pigeon gu. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Feng Yuan nodded, that's right. Tai Bai Yunsheng gain new knowledge? He asked in confusion. Then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed, they must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunsheng was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces. They are not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 660. Sigh. I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's will sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fang Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fang Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fang Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fang Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fang Yuan greatly. But when Fang Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow, so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fang Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Qing met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent. Romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then, she turned her head around. He looked at Fang Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fang Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days, turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive. You actually want this and that. Don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fang Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times. You can do whatever you want to me, even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter goo and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading guts goo. Otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted, using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. They announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tianti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, oh old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunsheng gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunqing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal, with just the 3 of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunsheng paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do, then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident, you clearly have a good plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai, your eyes are like a torch, I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have? Why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said. I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Feng Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Feng Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House because of this. Tai Bai Yunxing became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Feng Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo. I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types. Not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Feng Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the Gruel Mud Goo recipe. But at this speed, if I complete it alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year, this showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Feng Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Feng Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed. Unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Feng Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Feng Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy. It was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while it finally came to a stop. A third of Feng Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled? No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Feng Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Feng Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome! It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fong Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fong Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short, it was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff! Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The gruel mud immortal goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fong Yuan nodded but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Danghun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fong Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sit. Fong Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fong Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fong Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fong Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fong Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fong Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs. A pair of hands were placed on his dantian. A pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing like a giant, standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat. Beaming with joy, he said, 1%. As expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie there are such benefits." These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Gu Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Gu Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Gu Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change. That was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Gu groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell Gu worms and Gu recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited expression, Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Gu Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fong Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal Gu recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal Gu gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal Gu gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal Gu gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fong Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued, I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads. You have 26 beads. And Hu immortal blessed land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Hu immortal land spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains gu immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If wisdom gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the gu immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right. The investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langia. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langia for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langia thinks you are a wisdom path gu master, and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the gu recipe. Oh, Fang Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud gu recipe. The land spirit of Langia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langia, and know the method to enter Langia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. And Tai Bai Yunxing also told Fang Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai Bai Yunxing over to discuss matters, it might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fang Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai Bai Yunxing's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai Bai Yunxing invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fang Yuan's method, overruling Tai Bai Yunxing's plan. As this happened many times, Tai Bai Yunxing gradually became reliant on Fang Yuan, attaching importance to Fang Yuan's opinions, and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fang Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery gu that could enslave gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did not have it. But Tai Bai Yunxing was not Bai Ningbing. Nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery gu, he could still subdue Tai Bai Yunxing, and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast, thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant, the wind was blowing the pine trees. Fangjing sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into two groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair. His bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fangjing, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fangjing's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test and charge for the B-grade evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5 whole jade flute goo. Once you have this goo you can command the crane group, and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture. Fangjing's master, Master Tenchuru's soul, was residing in this goo worm. Rank 5 whole jade flute goo. His eyes brightened, and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fangjing stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry, and was filled with high spirits. Fangjing sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white, with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate sect's encampment. In a short while he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron-beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fangjing's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him. Senior brother Fangjing. Fangjing nodded. Junior brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior brother Fangjing, please follow me. The Crane Gate disciple led the way. Look, it's senior brother Fangjing. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior brother Fangjing is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior brother Fangjing is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive. On the way, the whispers of the passers-by entered Fangjing's ears. Fangjing heard them and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fangjing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat, and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fangjing has a good brother. The Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fangjing used Guts Goo. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fangjing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. Brother! A trace of darkness flashed past Fangjing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fangjing felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were, or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Gu Yue and Fang Yuan. Calm down, my disciple. Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru's experience was much richer than Fangzheng's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fangzheng. He consoled Fangzheng. These years I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later, Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. Your brother has no hope of survival. 3 supreme elders, that means 3 Gu immortal battle strength. Fangzheng's eyes brightened, he licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tenchuru knew what he was thinking, he laughed. Fangzheng, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he will harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher. An executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shun Chui heir. Fangzheng shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tenchuru was very satisfied with Fangzheng's attitude. Think about these years. Your training in Fu Hu blessed land was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu Hu blessed land. You became a rank 5 Gu master. You suffered so much. Wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land? Don't screw up. You cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited. It could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the crane gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the crane gate's plot against Hu immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal Gu recipes, there were too many factors to consider and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the Gu master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the Gu master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a Gu master used wisdom Gu, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. to Gu masters. For questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation, ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation, according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in Wisdom Path, there were also immortal Gu that could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret Gu. Gu masters did not need thoughts to collide. They did not need to deduce. They could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Feng Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Gu worms only had one effect, even rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the greater its power. If the Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of Heavenly Secret Gu. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 Gu master, who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly Secret Gu was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had Heavenly Secret Gu, I would be able to form an incredible combination with Wisdom Gu. If someone uses Heavenly Secret Gu to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly Secret Gu allowed the Gu master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other Wisdom Path Gu worms, Feng Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Feng Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court Blessed Land were wiped clean. Without Heavenly Secret Gu, Wisdom Path Gu masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence, the more evidence the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court Blessed Land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Feng Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green. There were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu tribes Gu Immortal Tong Zu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky. They are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu Immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak, it was 20 to 30 feet long, it was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities. They nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu Immortal had a third eye on his forehead. It was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Murong Qingxi and Guan Shenjiao are too kind. My tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years. It cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 Desolation Blessed Land. The Gu Immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of a super force, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu Immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool, there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guan Shenjiao's third eye on his forehead looked around. He muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side. Time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still. The Gu Immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tong Zu, was the first to speak. Lord Tongzu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death. I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up. He was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Dongfang Yikong stood beside Chong Fan. The latter said, "Today Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence. It is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone please come in." Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious. There was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza there were 16 stone statues. They were arranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner. Their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall. They sat down one by one. Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat. He looked at everyone and smiled. "This time I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you." Guanshan Zhao and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. It was still Tongzu who replied, "Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter, he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyong building, or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction?" Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed. "My lifespan is coming to an end. I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe, the second is for my descendants. I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes after I die. I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe." Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement. Everyone can take a look. If you have any objections you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 east window Gu and handed them to the Gu immortals. The Gu immortals looked through it one after another. The conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other. He only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyong building. When Gu immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced? With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought to all parts of Northern Plains by formless fists. Immortal Gu auras appeared in many places, causing Gu immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal Gu, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal Gu. This made the Gu immortals extremely moved. "All right, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions." Tongzu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. "In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move." Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female Gu immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. "Fairy Li Shan, how have you been?" Someone immediately greeted her. Another Gu immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed. Even Fairy Li Shan came. "But this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How can we make an oath?" At this time, Gu immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. "Everyone, don't worry, look here." Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. "Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain." Murong Qingxi stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. "Yes." Dong Fong Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fong Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fong Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal gu, among which almost half are rank 5 gu, as well as 2,000 rare gu, and over 800 ancient gu. Some of these ancient gu are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal yuan stones. Fong Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fong Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture, thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fong Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fong Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal gu recipes. After returning to Danghun Palace, Fong Yuan summoned Tai Bai Yunsheng. These days I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep, but Land Spirit of Langya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Bai Yunsheng's answer disappointed Fong Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya used divine sense gu, and called himself Langya Old Immortal in jewel yellow skies, and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fong Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the Land Spirit of Langya. He recalled that in his previous life, Langya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the Land Spirit of Langya to have no time to refine gu and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fong Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal yuan stone. A caddy of Hurricane Mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Bai Yunsheng talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days Fong Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming, that was, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fong Yuan handed him a letter gu, interrupting his chatter. This is a letter from Crane Gate, take a look. Tai Bai Yunsheng focused his attention. His brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter. This time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fong Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Bai Yunsheng said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fang Yuan analyzed. That's right, Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone, while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng considered his words, carefully looking at Fang Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fang Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing Gu master. He had a benevolent personality but could also be said to be weak. He seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Bai Yunsheng. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Danghun Mountain represented were too great. Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fang Yuan would not give up easily. Thus Fang Yuan consoled Tai Bai Yunsheng. Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Crane Gate also had their own difficulties. In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. Chapter 665. Hearing Fang Yuan say not enough, He Lulan snorted in displeasure. Fang Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, Immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts, and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupils shrunk. He said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing. Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Also, is Wisdom Gu in your hands? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here? Tai Bai Yunsheng praised inwardly. Fang Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost Wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Gu. I only know that Wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the Wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the Wisdom Gu, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the Gu immortals in the world will chase after you crazily, until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. Hey Lulan, you've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Ha ha ha, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains Truyang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that Wisdom Gu is in your hands. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred? He Lulan's expression changed and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are 2 Gu immortals. He Lulan snorted coldly. You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this. She hesitated inwardly, but still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled from this. He could see the sincerity of the other party's cooperation. He continued, finally, I need to know the ins and outs of the entire matter. The reason why you wanted to kill your own father. He Lulan was silent for a while before agreeing. You are indeed a suspicious person. I can also satisfy your third condition. Actually, there is nothing to hide. Next, from the conversation, Fang Yuan finally learned of He Lulan's secret of revenge. It turned out that the root of all this was 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Truyang Tower there was a true inheritance called Yinyang Life Extension Method, which was taken away by He Cheng long ago. Fang Yuan had coincidentally seen the empty light lumps left behind by the Yinyang Life Extension Method. This true inheritance was a lifespan extension method created by Giant Sun Immortal after researching Ren Zhu. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, and through intercourse, one party's lifespan could be extended. But this method had a flaw. If one party's lifespan was extended, the other party's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one party's lifespan to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had been widely spread in Northern Plains, causing countless Northern Plains girls to take the initiative to find their love. Over 200 years ago, Su Xian was a concubine daughter of Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she often served as a wine-pouring maid at banquets for esteemed guests. Once, when Su tribe leader hosted He Cheng, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love at first sight. However, Su tribe leader plotted against He Cheng, and He Cheng was poisoned by a Gu. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xian learned of this, she resolutely left the tribe camp in the middle of the night to save He Cheng, whom she had only met once. At that time, she only had rank 1 cultivation, and with Northern Plains wolf groups roaming at night, killing intent was everywhere. She was simply courting death. But by coincidence she found He Cheng, who was unconscious on the ground. He Cheng was thus saved, and the conversation between the two became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He Cheng asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your Su tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why did you come to save me, an enemy of Su tribe? Su Xian answered, Young master has the air of a hero. I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, "Young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring." I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Sioux tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Sioux tribe bloodline. He Chung was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian'er's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Chung, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Sioux tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Chung had many wives and children. Su Xian'er was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Chung and Su Xian'er gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lu Lan. A few years later, Su Xian'er died. He Chung was extremely sad. He announced to the public, his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Yinyang life extension method in true inheritance secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him. But in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path Gu immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the Gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time he's targeting me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I become a Gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Yinyang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Chong was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a Gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's Gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when He Chong called your name. Fang Yuan nodded. Looking at He Lulan again, he had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause there would be no effect, and with effect there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and aboveboard without any troubles while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Renzu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. Pa! The next moment he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time. This is a rank 6 information path immortal goo. It is as famous as sea vow goo. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated. Junior Fong, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow? Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. What place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand. He asked in confusion, "What mountain is this?" "This mountain is called Snowy Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Snowy Mountain, I have heard of it somewhere. Wait. Is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals? Snowy Mountain blessed land?" Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. "Where else did you think it was?" He Lulan snorted coldly. Fong Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. "There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu Immortal World from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. You can call her third leader." Third leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. "Lord!" A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yu Liang. "No need to be sad, Liang heir. Cough, death, birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of heaven." Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, "Your talent is better than mine in the entire tribe. You are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. "Give me your hand." Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it." Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, "Although Dongfang tribe and the other righteous path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor, you must be careful." Once this goo is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you. My experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history, and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety. There is no need to rush. In the tribe there are demonic path spies. Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish. The redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains #1 wisdom path Gu immortal. Dongfang Naganori died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic path Gu immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a superforce, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When wisdom path Gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move. They could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly. Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled. Dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed giant sun immortals' arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyong Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together on the way. They saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel, and used this immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Look there. There is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. "This is the desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish," Feng Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langya had a beast enslavement immortal gu that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langya suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing's presence. In front of him was a gu immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman gu immortal. What? Another strong enemy? The Inkman gu immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkman gu immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langya blessed land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman gu immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beasts to stop him for now. The land spirit of Langya said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langya has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langya blessed land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Bai Yunqing said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Bai Yunqing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes. It only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Bai Yunqing finally recognized this desolate beast. This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he encountered a swamp crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Gu on it. It brought disaster to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan stepped into Northern Plains and conspired to obtain Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before Immortal Gu. Right now, Feng Yuan risked his life to not only save Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yunqing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and gu. The swamp crab blocked the two's path. Tai Bai Yunqing stopped and asked Feng Yuan, "What do we do now?" Feng Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight? Be careful." Tai Bai Yunqing nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Feng Yuan. He was a healing gu immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Feng Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply. His back straightened and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red. His face was green and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Feng Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body, but it was extraordinarily agile. Its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Feng Yuan was a flying master. He seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Feng Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack just now. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fang Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, his 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fang Yuan's back opened. He stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fang Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fang Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Even if Fang Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab's shell is extraordinarily hard. Its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it. I can only use brute force to counter brute force. Using brute force to counter brute force, that is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws. They were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability. It could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath and activated the killer move Miri itself. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam. Each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew. Fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream. Its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fang Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.